Good afternoon. Welcome. Hello. Oof. Hot coffee. Yeah. Sorry I had to take yesterday off. Hope you guys didn't mind. That was actually quite a streak that I had going, but I needed a day. Did you install the move spawn mod? Is that a joke to the joke response to my PAX Mall loser kid spot? It looks cool. Talk more. This thing. It's all wavy and stuff. Right, so, I figured out, when I was messing with mushrooms a few times, I kept getting confused by like why all the modules would just disappear from the machines. And it is because of a very specific setting in even distribution. So if you haven't done this, anyone in game, you want to press E to open up the inventory, and then in the top right corner is a button for even distribution settings. It should be there for everyone, but just in case, let me check. It's a per player even distribution setting to move settings to the inventory screen. This needs to be turned on in order to see that button. But anyway, you go in here, you open this thing up, then you drag it over again. And then you need to turn off drop items to machine outputs. This is what's stealing the modules out of machines. So when you use the cleanup inventory shortcut, which for me is G, I don't know what yours is, but this allows even distribution to, it's a combination of dropping items into machine outputs, dropping items into chests, and balancing out inventories. What it does is it sums all of the entities that are in all of the things that you're trying to distribute to, and then it distributes them balancedly, which then sums the modules, which shouldn't ever be considered, but even distribution does. It's really more of a bug than anything. And then it yoinks the modules right out of the machines and puts them into the outputs. So, solved. What did everyone do on their day off? Did you wonder where I was all day? Just sit around wondering? Alright, I said I was going to do this a couple days ago, but I'm going to do it now. So in the Arumba Discord, there is a voice channel called Factorio MP. So I'm going to be in there. Anyone that's in the game that wants to join, feel free to come join me in comms if you'd like, or don't. It's up to you. You'll probably want to mute the stream if you are listening in on that channel, because it'll get confused. I would rather have more interaction directly than the sound effect that Factorio plays when someone like makes a message in chat is the exact same sound effect when anything else happens in chat. And to me, that is bad design because it's not like slightly different to let you know that it's a player message. It's like it could be an error sound, it could be a technology thing. Like there's just nothing that makes me pay attention to chat. You have to do all the things that you've neglected over the last 6 days. Work in Factorio is all that you have time for now. Yeah. I can't believe how much time I've played this. 191 hours. Kind of a lot. I cleaned up my pins. Still have one on the splitter. Right, so that splitter is currently defaulting toward increased Renia growth. I believe I only have one Renia row enabled. And I've got them going into a box because I'm doing it manually because I don't want to I don't want bots to come populate all of the bottom modules. I'll just do one row and then the second, then the third. But yeah, we're growing some Renia. Using the manure bacteria from the poop. We got that going for us, which is nice. Pretty sure that this thing is all rate calculated out. Granted, this won't use the modules, but... Domo! Welcome back. I wanted to pin players again. Kiwi, Chalkboard, Domo. I remember doing a redesign of something, but then I literally logged in yesterday for a few to, you know, putter around and try to remember what I was working on. I couldn't even remember what the item was or where I built it. There are just too many train blocks. So does anyone know what I was working on? I almost have to go check the VOD. I remember I designed two things in the test world. One was, oh, I installed a second task list mod because this is the one that is... Okay, so this one is the one we've been using. And this one is made by Ryguard. And I was looking at it, and I think that there might be better functionality to this one. You can create subtasks within the task. I think you can do that on the normal one, but this UI is kind of not good compared to this one, in my opinion. So, I don't know. I included it, but we don't have to switch. I'm just showing people what I saw. Anyway, in the sandbox test world, I remember I did this, was the very last thing I was working on. I don't even know what it's for. And then I had also done the Renia, and... Was it a small parts remake, or... No. Metallics? Intermetallics? We're up for the annual lobster murdering? Yes, we need arthropod blood. We're out of blood. I can't remember where I put this thing at all. Dang it. Machine parts, maybe? Dang it. See, this is why I can't remember anything. I know what the symbol is, but I don't know what it's called. This thing. Mechanical parts. Okay, this is the last, so yeah, I remember redoing this and using Sushi Ball. Or Sushi Belt. We have a lot of Sushi Belt type stuff now. As long as the belt's not overloaded, then this thing will continue to work. So we're strongly lacking in gearbox and Mark 01s. Gearbox. Gearbox Mark 01s are made locally. Nope, they're made here. This thing is lacking shafts. Did I just import shafts? I did. Shafts are made here. And we are completely out of iron. Iron Nexlet Antimony Special Alloy. Well, that's unfortunate. The new task button conflicts with, conflicts with Train Manager. Good reason not to include it then. My bad. So we only have the one place that makes iron Nexlet Special Antimony, whatever. And it is out of Nexlet Plate. Factorio. Stack tracing at its finest. We make very little Nexlet Plate at one location. That is a trickle of plate coming in. It's like... Wow! Allele set this up using gas furnaces ages ago. This is the sole source for, I think, all of our Nexlet plate production in the whole factory. 1x, 1x, 1x. Yeah, there's no other location. It's just this one little row of machines. And it looks like the belt maybe wants more. Yeah, it's too much raw Nexlet to reach the end. Even if this belt is fully full. That's right, the little dinosaurs. Yeah, I totally forgot about these things. Digosaurus. It's a very cute animation. Some of them lack fuel. No food. Oh. The food is meat. We've got a full belt of meat coming in. And then it tries to wrap around. Oh, this is a great use case for, yeah, the belt highlighting. So this half goes around the whole thing. That half goes around about that much. This half goes just to there. There's a feature you can turn on over here called hover mode. While hover mode is on, you can just hover over a belt and it'll show. Kinda interesting. I usually like pressing M, my shortcut key for it. Looks like we need another belt of raw meat. In fact, the meat is not even full? Wow, where's that coming from? I'm guessing we are out of meat, or meat is not being made available to the trains enough. We have 13,000 meat. What would be really convenient is if there was like a filter on this Project Cybersyn screen, or some way of specifying to like only show stations with enough for a train shipment. Only like, the problem is that some items you need 4,000 of, which is 40 stacks. Some items you need 2,000 of because they stack to 50. Some items stack to 200, some to 1,000. Like, it'd be nice if at a glance it would just say this many stations exist that could send a train. Right now there are 3, 4 that are almost big enough, but none are quite big enough. I think we might want to increase meat production because we're starting to use it for Corlex food, and we're using it for whatever this one is. Something to do with aliens. I don't know. So, I guess, what is the best way to make meat? Should be a byproduct of, like, everything, right? Every animal that we rip apart, we get some meat. I bet that there's none that are, like, particularly better. No, 8 meat. For an og. Big boys. We should prioritize the ones that give arthropod blood, simply because we need arthropod blood a lot right now. So I could fix the arcad production situation. Pretty sure arcads are broken again. Haven't seen Ursel since we had our little discussion over how to do this. I think that I upset them and they aren't coming back, which I feel like is a little unfair. But it makes me feel bad every time I try to interact with this whole system because, yeah. So we have extra queens. There's one in there, but there are no arcads. I think the reason the system broke is because of the way, most likely, that I am getting them to this one place that rips arcads apart. Right here. So I have a single requester chest set to request 30 arcads, and it just rips them apart. That's the sole source of the arcad venom that we've been using. Somehow this has... because of the automatic requests, it requested arcads. And then... did it move them all to the logistic network or something? No. Okay, so maybe it wasn't that at all. It has something to do with the actual production chain. Which is... this is where the maggots are fed. Plenty of maggots. Yeah, maggots come back. Maggots are supposed to be here. We have maggots, they're just not here. Maggots come in via train? Question mark? Maggots do come in via train, but the amount of maggots available is probably not enough for a train because this belt exists. And tries to belt them all the way back. However, it still sends it to the same place. So... What's wrong with the arcade maggots? Why are they unable to output? This is a far-handed drop-off. Ugh. I hate. The problem is that we've got eggs on both sides of the belt. Jaleo, you broke it. You brought in eggs from this whole thing, and when you merged the eggs in, you put them on the wrong side of the belt. The top of the belt is supposed to be eggs. That's the issue. Eggs should only be on the top half. The bottom half is supposed to be for maggots. And then the maggots being on the bottom half end up going in here, and this should be, yes. Yep, that's the issue. However, also, all these inserters are supposed to be near-handed drop-off for the maggots on the bottom machines. And yet they're not. I mean, again, I feel bad about the personal situation, but there are so many issues with this build. This has been a very frustrating stage of the game, because there's just always something wrong with this. Arcade maggots are trying to go on the far side, which is the bottom half. Good. I think I stack traced the problem. I'll go fix it. We don't use fish oil? I think we should probably continue to err on the side of keep all systems running always. If the thing gets full and there's anything that it produces as a secondary, either void the thing that's full or otherwise store it, enough of it to keep the whole thing running, because the byproducts are sometimes just as important as the main products. And the only circumstance where a brick should ever shoot down is if all of the products, the final product and all intermediates are all full. That's a lot of extra logic. Like, I don't really see any harm in just having it endlessly craft. Just make sure nothing stops. Okay, so these eggs should be coming in on the top half only. Let's rip up this whole center belt. Actually, before I do that, I want to read the contents of the belt, make sure I'm not crazy. Yeah, it's got nothing but maggots. The maggots just have different sprites. I think I'm correct about what is broken about this. It's insane how one little tiny error like that, having maggots on the wrong side of a belt, can cause the entire arcade system to break, which then means no honey, no venom, no arcade blood, or sorry, not arcade, it's called arthropod blood. Like, everything is dependent on which side of the belt they use. Alright, all the machines should be turning on. This one is unable to get rid of its used comb. Used comb. I feel like used comb is a product that ends up being overall too much of, somehow. So, we're gonna grab Game Blueprints The Burninator. Destroy tiles? No. Where's my Burninator? Bum bum bum. Incinerate Overflow. I'm going to rename that into the Burninator, because that's what I think of it as, apparently. It's the Burninator 9000. And I think I'm going to use more of this, so I'm actually going to put it on my tool belt. I'm going to chuck a Burninator 9000 in. Also, the Burninator 9000 is too big. Needs to be able to fit in smaller footprints. All right. So we will put in a Burninator 9000 in here. It's the Enil diff. Surely one of these things is burnable. Must be some sort of fuel in here. We got coal dust. Okay. I see coal dust. Is that coal dust? It's tailings dust. This appears to be the only source of the thing that I'm looking for. Okay, we got a fuel source. Okay, and then we're gonna grab any of the stuff that's overflowing. This stuff overflows. We will say right here, output priority left. And if there's too much, we don't even store these. This is called used comb. It is used for making... We can make residual oil out of it. We can also take it and mix it with graphite to make residual mixture. We can also... Whoa! Biomass. It's not going to be particularly fast, though, I think. It makes it look like it makes a ton of biomass, but I think that it is still going to make one biomass per second or something. I think they always do that. If I could get a better source of biomass per second, I would definitely like it. What else does this stuff get used for? Normally we make wax. What is residual mixture? Residual mixture mixed with vacuum equals tons of coke. Interesting. So this used wax actually has a ton of fuel value in it. If I put the used wax on the train grid, we could summon it anywhere and then just very easily mix it with vacuum, which you can make anywhere, and just generate coke on demand. Kinda cool. And the other recipe was residual oil, and we get some bitumen. So, we're going to obviously export this. I can't believe that it hasn't been exported yet. Doesn't make any sense to me at all. It's called used wax. Or used comb, rather. Put the 6K used comb in here. And then we'll do our priority split here. Priority right now. If there is too much, we're going to adopt the strategy of keep everything running no matter what, and just send excess into the burninator. What is this stuff? Empty comb. Same thing, we'll do priority left. If there's too much, send it to the burninator. Tailings dust isn't being exported. Evaporated dirty water. Used in sorting. Or can it be burninated? Can just be burninated. Tailings. Swear to God, every time I start streaming, someone starts texting me. I think I should remove my family from the ability to make my phone vibrate. Honestly, if we're not importing the tailings dust yet, I don't think that we're going to be, and I'm going to just set this up with the assumption that it's a problem. And then if it isn't, like if eventually we do start using the tailings dust, then this system will automatically export again. But we're going to burninate it. My only concern with this approach, there's one downside that comes to mind. I'm going to pause for scientific archer while I explain this. So there's one downside to the strategy of burninate anything excess, keep all products running, and keep on making intermediates as like a constant strategy. And that is that if we allowed the tailings dust to just sit in the box, which we still will be, but just one train, it's possible that we could go through the train like inventory and see that, oh, we have a lot of tailings dust. What can we do with that tailings dust? But it's difficult to do that in practice, and I don't really see anyone doing that type of thing. Like looking through the list and saying, oh, we've got 300,000 of this. What's some new process we can do? That's more of like a different strategy for solving problems than we're usually employing. Usually it's more, I know what I want, and this is how I can get it, versus I don't know what I want, but I have a lot of X. Know what I mean? Alright, so the bitumen has one of the super crap bad overflow valves that only goes to 80%. Should be using the overflow valve. This one that goes to 98. Brought acid gas in directly here, and can't remember why. Okay, we export acid gas. Does anyone else feel like this alt tooltip is weird? This looks like there isn't acid gas in it. I can see, yes, it's here. Yes, it's here. Why is it not putting like an acid gas symbol right there? It feels like it should in situations like this. Put it right in the middle of the two. It's strange. It's the logic that it applies over here and here. But why does it just like not do it here? Don't know. Alright, let's turn off alt mode and look for little green dots. We're lacking in Ulrichs. Because there's a piece of missing belt. Products finished, 6. Products finished, 3, 8, 5. That's not very many. One's at the end there. One has 700. Okay. Well, clearly we should connect that last piece of belt. I see some items on both sides of the belt that just seems objectively wrong. Based on the overall design that I've seen get used here. These machines should be using near-handed drop. Ah, I see what he did. So Purcell set this one up on the left to be right, and the one on the right is wrong. Near and far. He missed every other inserter. This is also just not how I would organize this at all. The visual clarity with inserter indicators turned on is so lost here. The way it should be done is... It's, ugh. It's gross. So, like... This one should be here. This one should be here. That one goes there. That way, now you can see clearly that this segment grabs from that belt into both machines. This one grabs from this belt into both machines. And this one outputs onto that belt for both machines. Like, isn't it just strictly better in every way? Yes, it is. If I ever have to work on this goddamn arcade system again, I'm gonna make sure that it works, like, in a way that makes sense to me. Even if I have to redesign the whole damn thing from the ground up. Driving me crazy. Alright, I just need to test this as it is. Real quick. To make sure that the inserters are working the way they're supposed to. Okay, there's a problem here where Ulrichs are on both sides of the belt. Which is resolved by the... Okay, so that belt just expects to be all Ulrichs. Three comb in, one, or yeah, 3 empty comb in, 1 empty comb out. Yeah, I just added 1 extra mod, Ming. You can now use Alt-Q to craft whatever your mouse is hanging over. Hovering over. I'm guessing that these are all wrong, too. Just gonna grab this bottom half. Organize these sanely. Yeah, the system is 3 rows instead of like 2 or 4. I would make it longer and stays 2, or make it thinner or like taller and make it 4 rows. Like having the odd man out, all the inserters are likely to be messed up and annoying. These should be long-handed, I guess. Green dots? I see green dots on every machine. We're working. Finally. Make sure that it can't overflow. Okay. This should have a priority output left. It does. And otherwise, it goes into here, which is where we go put some for export. Otherwise, burninate. We're burninating the tailings dust. Next up, we need to figure out why this row is not working. Probably some bad inserters again. I've been trying to be diplomatic about it, but at this point I'm getting so annoyed, I'm probably going to just start shitting on the build a lot. So, I apologize if I do. I'm getting mad. I've been working on this 4 or 5 times every couple days. Rock cages do get perfectly reused, but I don't think that there have been enough introduced. Probably because it was done via manual insertion of cages. Cages are kind of annoying to make, apparently. I just caused everyone to desync, apparently, by using Alt-Q on that cage. I don't know what happened. Perhaps Alt-Q is not multiplayer friendly. I guess we'll test it and then find out. Sorry. I used it on the recipe book, though. That might be why I did it. I think it works fine in game. One person did survive? Weird. I would expect either everyone to desync or just one person to desync, not some number in between. That's really weird. I'm gonna get another cup of coffee. I'll be right back. If anyone wants to unpause, if people get the map and I'm still not back, I should be back, but How big is this save file now? 72 megs? Maybe we should, if we have to rehost or like if we have another big desync, I'm gonna probably remove the extra task mod, and I think we should re-enable the chunk deletion tool and clean the map up a bit. I think the test world's gotten a little bit big. And the actual map is, we got some explored land that's not being used, but not a lot of chunks. But at this point, when 5 people connect, I've got to upload 300 megabytes of data. Ugh. And again, just a reminder, I'm in the Factorio comms channel if anyone wants to join. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be able to keep doing daily Pyanodon runs. I don't know that I'll be able to actually complete this mod pack. It's going to take way too long, months. Maybe more. Enjoyable, though. The dinos love the tiles, they are faster. Wait, do the little dinosaurs, the Digosauruses, do they actually run faster on concrete? I was really hopeful that caravans would work that way. That it would make sense to like program a route for them. But they are the same speed regardless, so I'm kind of surprised Digosauruses would be able to benefit from it. Unless that was just a random observation / comment. Be right back. Well, at the risk of crashing or desyncing a bunch of people, I'm going to attempt using Alt-Q again. Okay, it works fine on Belt. Works fine on Signals. So note to people, strongly recommend not Alt-Qing on the recipe book icons. Okay, this bottom row of machines, I want to just confirm that I fixed the top block fully. Under no circumstance should the top block ever turn off now. They should always have Ulrichs, and if they have empty honeycomb, which it's all prioritized and whatever, they should just endlessly make Arcade honeycomb. If there's too much honeycomb, then our product honeycomb is going to the left into here. The honeycomb ends up going here all the way across. We've got more inserters using crazy ass logic to organize it so there's no visual clarity whatsoever on what the hell's happening here. Ugh. I'm gonna go fix that, because it's driving me nuts. Why this side has extra inserters? Or they're not lined up, I don't know. They should be here. There are filters on the eggs on half of the machines, not on all. Okay, you are gonna swap over here. Add the filter so that they're the same. You are gonna go here. And you are going to go here. I guess he put extra inserters on the first machine to try to make the first machine work. Is probably what happened there. But that's ridiculous now, so I'm gonna get rid of it. You are near-handed outserting, so we got maggots on the bottom. You are near-handed outserting, which is wrong. The near-handed... No, it is right. Near-handed is right. You should be far-handed. You should be near-handed. That is the new template. I'm pressing the wrong button down there. Probably did it because of the power. But to be honest, I couldn't care less about power pole count. These two are completely extra. Ugh, gross. It's also an odd number of machines, 13 machines long. Okay, next step, get all these machines working. Not enough rock gauges. And the reason for that is that the caged rocks go around this way on the top half of the belt. And then we're outputting the empty cages on the same spot. That makes no sense. The way it's currently set up, the rock cages should be on the bottom. Empties on the top. Which then becomes the bottom here. I'm guessing that one machine can't actually cage rocks fast enough. Nope. We need one more machine caging rocks. And they need to be on the other side. We have a fuel source nearby. We have ash, but that will leave actual ash. Did we request ash? Right, there's wood right here. Okay, we're gonna steal some wood. Put down a much smaller machine that can run twice as fast. And I think we do still need more caged rock. More cages. Many of these have only run 20 to 30 times. One thing that would be kind of neat is if you could box select an area of machines and have it sum the total crafts for that area. Like if I wanted to know what an entire production block has done. This has done 476, 209, 171, etc. Add all those numbers together. And then you could see machines like this one that have a products finished 11. Compare that against the total and average, and easily identify that there is some sort of issue in supply or production. I'm definitely more willing to move to a server than I was the first 200 hours at this point. If you'd like, we could consider it. Is there any titanium nearby? I doubt it. What about maybe we just have cages? Yeah, there's 2,000 cages available. I'm just going to import cages to this location. But I don't want to over-introduce cage supply. This is a perfect build that, if I were to redesign it right now, would absolutely use a sushi belt. It's perfect for a sushi belt system. Most recipes in Pyanodons are. It's like Scientific Archer is either consistently having to reconnect or is struggling to catch up. Somebody described Pyanodons once as a garden that is nice to come back and tend to regularly. It doesn't always have to be a daily thing you do. Yeah, you take that back. This is my way of life right now. What I spend all my time doing. The problem is that we're so far into the game that when I wanted to like play in my downtime, quote unquote, my solo run of this, I'm just so far away. Like I don't have splitters, I don't have robots, I don't have trains, I don't have anything. And there's just such a big disparity. It's not like I can just play for a few hours and get there. Like we're talking like 100 hours of playtime to actually get more done. So that's frustrating. Moderators, feel free to pause the game if that's happening and I don't notice it. Actually, anyone can pause, but just feel free to pause if someone needs to catch up. I think at this point, we were for a while having anywhere from 5 to 15 players. At this point, it seems like we are getting a little bit more of a trimmed play group based on either expectations of the mod or hardware causing other people to stop joining. I think we've had a few people that had to bow out. So I'd rather prevent that from happening as much as possible. My cages arrived. The cages are available in logistics, but probably not actually in the train grid. Awesome. I'll just go grab a few. Yeah, you can't imagine coming back into this factory after a month. That's the problem. If you don't play... I mean, I have to consistently... Oh, God, I gotta fix this one, too. Look at this disaster of a belt. What is this? I mean, I set these inserters up, but... I do not like the way that it's done. We should probably remove the PAX old mall from the shuttle, shuttle mod thing. Since there is no PAX old mall anymore. Weird. Why did my train go... My train went from this path on the bottom, starting here, went there, and then over to the next intersection. Rather than taking this route, up, and then crossing here. I think that this rail is not connected. That doesn't look quite right. Talk more if you want to look at it here. I don't think that you can actually get from where I'm standing, like right here, through that intersection. You can only go left. It can't get into the Pax Mall. I feel like it should be allowed to there. Like if you squint your eyes, it looks like those tracks are just barely off. Oh, scientific archer got left behind. Yeah, it's too... This needs to be here, I think. If it were there... That merge looks correct. Versus what we have. Which is slightly... It's like one tile. I'm going to assume that it's okay to fix. Did you see the issue there? Talk more? Why I moved it? It's just one tile. This top one looks like it's not going to fit, so I'm just going to remove the top one. Do we really need that many mall trains, by the way? Kind of a lot. Are you expecting a big boost in player count soon? Alright, now I want to test it. First we're gonna go that way. And now we're going to... Where's my summon train button? That one. Now we're gonna go to Pack Small. Nope. I'll force it to come in from this side. We are still bypassing this intersection. I don't understand why. Please work. Take me to the Pack Small. No, I can't get it. I can't get it to go through this intersection. It keeps on going around for some reason. Don't know why. You can see the rail. Looking at the rail. It should clearly be able to turn left here. Go up. Turn left. I give up. Anyway, I was working on cages. If one doesn't exist, I swear I'm gonna make it myself if I have to teach myself how. I want a sound effect when trains arrive to a manually specified destination. Like, I want a little ding 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 noise to let me know, hey, you've arrived. Okay, we're going to give you some cages. Add 300 cages to the mix and see if that overloads the system or not. Each machine wants 30 total, and there are 26. About 780 total cages is plenty. Adding 300 shouldn't overload it, I think. Probably. We want green dots. Here come the Brocs. In their little tiny boxes. Oh, by the way, easy to forget that we have that tech. It's only a 1x1 entity. Definitely gonna check one of my boots. One of them in mine. What tech? I just linked it in chat. It's the tech that lets you put belt immunity equipment in your personal armor. It's so valuable to me. The functionality from having it versus not having it is ridiculous when you're trying to like keep your mouse perfectly straight or perfectly vertical while you're trying to like click drag stuff. It's less of an issue now that I use the R key for most of my belt placement, which I'm glad I finally taught myself how to use. But like, I hate when you're standing or like you're running in a straight line. Perfect to keep, here, I'll just demonstrate what it feels like. So like you're running in a line and you're dragging your belt, and then as you run straight, you run across a little belt segment like right there, and then it just barely nudges you up. Absolutely hate that. We can use the honk mod. That'd be perfect. Again, if it doesn't exist, I will learn how to mod Factorio strictly to fix it and make it myself. I need to be able to be lost in the map, lost in recipe book, lost in factory planner, lost in chat, lost in whatever, and then know that I've arrived in the place that I told the train to take me in this massive grid. Quickly hop out, get out of the train, and then go back to what I was doing without getting so focus lasered on what I'm doing and then waking up at the frickin' PAX Mall again. Because it gives you 5 seconds 5 seconds to hop out of the train before it turns around and takes you home. Alright, second row is turning on. Products finished 7. 7. 7. Many of these crafts are probably from, honestly, from me having crap while working on it, then pressing the G key to inventory cleanup. And then it auto-balances. It's balancing all the inventories, which is probably the only way that these ever got any cages at all. So, I never use hover mode. Can I remove that button? Yeah. Okay, that does do enough cages for all of them. Yep. Let's check total throughput numbers, make sure that we're not overloading yellow belt. All numbers need to be below 7.5 because we're using a half belt, and that number is more than 7.5, so there is a overflow problem with the eggs. And it's not an overflow problem, it's an... There's not going to be enough eggs to power this whole block because we're only using a half belt. The eggs are coming in here on the top half. And they're coming in from the depot via train request. Eventually we're going to get enough eggs being made in the hatchery area that there should actually be enough to send a train. Total number of machines is 26. And it wants 10.6. So if I were to just install a second belt at about like 30%, 40% through, which would be around the 5th or so machine, like right here, why don't we bring in extra eggs. Damn it, they don't fit under all these stupid inserters. I'm gonna go against my better judgment and make a part that's not symmetrical. And we reintroduce eggs here. Assuming we end up having enough. That should allow for full throughput. Okay, once we get here, the eggs stop. A few are wasted on the belt, but that's fine. The maggots go off into the thing and do things. That's the only product. Except for the used comb. Used comb comes out on this belt and then carries forward. I don't know why this is here. Oh, we're just stopping the honeycomb from going forward. Interestingly, though, we don't ever actually export the honeycomb, and we might want to. I think what I'm going to do is put this here. Let's allow for the honeycomb to be exported. If I don't allow for the honeycomb to be burninated, then we stop making it. And if we stop making it, then I don't think we need to worry about burninating here. I think I'm done with this block. This block is the one that makes the least sense to me at all. Still got caravans. At least it did. I think the caravans may have gotten removed. Nope. This caravan's not hooked up to anything. I'm going to remove it. This one brings in Ulrichs. Grab that extra queen. No natural gas barrels. We're not laying any eggs because there's no natural gas barrel. There's no natural gas barrel because natural gas barrels are supposed to be on Arcade honey. I think it might be... God, it's all one big loop. Am I going crazy? Where the hell is the natural gas barreling? We were printing queens for a while. And everything seemed to be working just fine. I think I'm going to turn that back on, because I'm not sure if a few of them died, or if it's a natural gas barrel shortage or something. I'm going to keep working on it, but let's get queens being made again. Arcade queens. Better hot gas. We're going to need BDNA samples turned on. Is the problem? No, we do want Arquette honey barrels. Where in the hell are the natural gas barrels supposed to go? Ah, okay. Natural gas barrel is made here. And then natural gas barrels cycled through this whole system. I mean, Belt Visualizer is such a great mob. Yeah. Such a great mod. Okay, it's not that the empty barrel return is too full. I'm guessing we just don't make enough, now that these are running, we don't make enough natural gas barrels total to actually reach the queens. The order obviously should have been barrel the natural gas to the queens first, then send it to the ones that make the more thing. But if we just straight select all of these? And these? According to this, we are barely off. So some natural gas barrels should be getting there. Bum bum. It is just a natural gas supply. But also, I think there are way too many barrels. You have enough refined natural gas, but not natural gas. I'm wondering if we are... needing more of this. Raw gas and gasoline production. Assuming that this is the only little area we're producing it, we're getting 375 natural gas per second. And altogether... yeah. This can barrel up 625 a second, and if that were all barreling constantly, it's just barely a little bit less than what we need total. We need to increase excuse me, the natural gas. Oh, excuse me. I've totally forgotten where that was being done. Okay, we are not getting enough raw gas. Raw gas is coming from natural gas derricks. We're getting 36k raw gas per minute. 600 raw gas per second. This one's 750, and it is not even, that's like 2/3 of what I actually need. I guess we need to find more bitumen seeps. And tap them. There's one hiding right there. Grab that one. Well, actually, first, where's raw gas being collected? I'm looking for natural gas derrick. Got a raw gas collector here. How many frickin' indicators right now? Raw gas there as well. One here. And one way over there. Okay. Next, I want to find bitumen seeps that are near the raw gas. I don't care if I lose some resources, I'm just gonna put these in the same spot. Now, bitumen seeps, before I do anything, remind me, they're available, you can use them for any of the, there's like 3 different resources you can get out of them, right? Natural gas, 4 things maybe? Natural gas derrick, Mark 3. No, 3 different resources. Okay, so natural gas, oil, or tar. I probably shouldn't use all of them on gas. Of course, we could always go find more, but I am gonna use, like, how many did I gather? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm gonna use, like, 3 of them at least. Okay, let's grab a station thing, main row, fluid provider attachment, alternate row, fluid provider. And if I'm gonna take the time, I might as well try to make it perfect. Dang it. One tile off. Perfect. Okay, I remember that you need, like, to provide something to the bitumen seep before it's been tapped. I think, like, drill heads or something? Requires drilling fluid. How do I know what type of drilling fluid it wants? Ah. 1, 4? 1, 2, 3, 4. I see, so it wants 1169 of drilling fluid 1. What is all this hole that goes nowhere? Alternate row. This. Also, this whole thing that appears to go nowhere. What? Have we seen what in a while? Maybe that's the problem, is that he stopped joining and all the stuff he had set up is not used anymore. Just realized I can't burn refined natural gas in the gas power plant. Yeah, there's two different types. So we take raw gas. Let's see, raw gas processing down here. So down here, it's taking in raw gas, and then it's either turning it into... You mix it with gasoline to get natural gas, which is what I need. Condensates and naphtha. And then you can take those condensates to create refined natural gas, which is not the same thing as natural gas. So I'm like adding 3 more bitumen seeps worth of raw gas so that I can make more natural gas, which will create more refined natural gas as a byproduct, but I need raw gas. Sorry, natural gas. Pyanodons, thank you for your sub. Okay, at this point, this is like not part of a train block. This whole setup up here, and it doesn't appear to be working. It's connected to caravan stuff. Products finished 22. Products finished 27. Products finished 0. 11. Domo. You built this... Can I just delete this whole setup? Make room for more train grids stuff? Because I don't think it's hooked up to anything. Okay, I'm going to wipe this. And it only probably doesn't break anything. But I'm not gonna, like, manually kill it. I'll let the bots do it. Eventually. That means that I can... alternate row rail grid here. And then we're going to alternate row 9 fluid requester here. And we're requesting something fluid 1? Mining fluid 1? I forget what it's called. This. Drilling fluid type 1. And actually, why don't we just request all 4 types here, and then we can move more bitumen seeps here in the future and just have it all done in one area. I don't even think we produce all these fluid types, but whatever. These are triple stacked coal belts. No wonder it's so damn full. Actually, I was just thinking more about the ores. So we have a general working, like, rule to not move ores too much, which I just completely violated by putting 6 bitumen seeps together. Which I feel perfectly fine with. Because it just, we don't need, I mean, that's not the challenge of Pyanodons, is finding enough natural gas seeps. It's performance and whether or not you can stay interested long enough. So, maybe, I'm thinking maybe we change the general rule about moving resources. And here's what would propose. Instead of just moving them within, like, the next train block, what if we were to push them further from the edge? So, like, I don't know, look here, for example. You see all these resources? We've got native flora, nickel ore, zinc ore, titanium, copper, molybdenum, tin, all this stuff. What if we push them to, like, we explored out to here, and then pushed all of them to those chunks? Because we haven't needed them yet, otherwise they'd be tapped. Then I come in after the fact, and we delete all of the chunks using the chunk removal tool, around the periphery of the base, so that we don't have them in the way of our train blocks, but also don't have them costing us save file or performance for chunk generation. And then the next time we need resources, we go explore in the darkness, and there all the resources are. I think that might be a much better approach. Because as is, we're probably only using like 50%. If you look closely at the big blue blocks versus the blocks that don't have stuff in them, there's just too much stuff in the way, like water and other things, like, you know what I mean? Like this one, I just moved these 2 patches here, here and here. Now I could tap them, and then these will be here. But the argument against doing that is that if we needed these resources, they would already be being tapped. Me hooking them up to the train grid is good in theory, but also, if we don't actually need them, I'm just costing us performance instead of pushing them to the edges. Yep. We can pause. Again, anyone can pause. Feel free to pause whenever someone's catching up. I don't tend to notice it. The graphic for when someone's trying to catch up versus when someone's just connecting or downloading is basically the same in my mind, so I ignore it. Honestly, I wouldn't bother moving them until we need to do something with them. Okay, but I want to move them and then delete chunks. People still have a tendency to not build on ore, which is good. So that's why I want to move the ores out of the chunks completely. We lose some resources that way, but who cares? There's basically infinite resources everywhere. Yeah, I like that idea. What do you think? Talk more, Ming? Anyone else? Fine with moving it? For the UPS savings, right? It is kind of fun to move ore. I've gotten better at it. I still don't think we should do super cheaty things like bringing in just exactly like 3 rows or whatever of one ore that you want to mine on site. That seems a bit too ridiculous, but it can certainly make early game Factorio a little bit easier to just have a little strip of coal for your power needs across the base. Parks fish 6,500. 9,000. No water. There was water. This looks like it was my water line. Let's just make a new water line. With blackjack and hookers. Okay, this bottom two belts was going into there, and apparently it was ash. You know what was a really cool feature in, what's it called? Dyson Sphere program? There was a shortcut key you could press to just delete a belt and all connected belt. Wouldn't it be great if, like, I could just put my mouse on this belt and then, like, press a special keyboard combination and it would kill this belt and every belt touching it? So that I wouldn't have to, like, manually go in and make sure I'm not deleting pipes and stuff. That is probably the water line that I disconnected earlier. I don't think we had the ability to make water everywhere yet. This was like back when we had a bus. Or trains. Is this water even going anywhere? Probably not. What about to the right? Probably not. That's where the whole coal power plant next to the grid. Okay, we are actually mining that quartz. But it wasn't going anywhere. Well, it was going somewhere, but not going anywhere anymore. And it's not here anymore, so... That is a lot of stuff that didn't get sent into the new base from the old base. Working on new stuff is more interesting than cleaning up old stuff, but I want these bricks to be available. Didn't I say that I was going to let the robots do this over time, and then here I am using the Hoover vac? Because it's fun. Dang it. Also bad for performance, though. Actually does spike UPS consumption, this mod, because of all the physics that it animates and stuff. But it's just so satisfying. So, based on the stuff I've been doing in the single-player run, you guys remember how hard it used to be to, like, actually make enough metal to make big belts? Like, you start off Pyanodons only making maybe 3 iron plate per second. Like 3. That's like a full belt. full production setup of iron ore processing. It is so different from vanilla. And it's gone. And the resources are gone. Okay, I need to get this fluid station built so that I can get started on raw gas. I don't think I have enough landfill. No, I'm really out of resources. Alright, don't think this rail is connected yet. Yes, opinions on the move or to the edge and delete the chunk plan. Did you see my response? Did you respond, sorry, in chat or in the game? I don't think I did see it, no. Sorry. Last session brought the good luck feeding that build for mechanical parts, and then some lobster murdering. We make vanadium from their juice blood. Yeah, I know that it was somewhat related to the next science pack. I tried getting started on, like, focusing on the 5th science pack, because I knew that if I didn't, that I would probably get surprised by the sudden fact that we need more stuff to make the 5th science pack. We need arthropod blood, is specifically what we need for vanadium. Oh, this is called Old Mall now. Okay, so that's what that's going to be used for. Oh. Sometimes gone, never forgotten. I like that. Who did this? Ming. Probably? That's cool, man. Just every person that's ever joined? That's like the PL command? That's really cool, man. Creative. One thing that I've also noticed is that my overall, like, logistics requests leave my main inventory a bit too full. So I need to trim some of the stuff that I'm having on hand at all times. I could probably get by with... I don't like having one full stack request for each item, because then if you pick up a setup and then it has one extra item, it goes to the next inventory slot. Lately I've been putting most of my requests to about 90% of one stack. Even now, like, trash unrequested, and I have all of this stuff. There's so much stuff. I'm adjusting even distributions global also. I know that's going to affect everyone, but I think that it's a good thing overall. Also for now, I'm going to put the, Oh, okay. So even even distribution has wood as a request also. First, let's put this at 90 on the upper end. not really much of a reason to be carrying around tree trunks anymore. We used to need them for making electric poles on command or on site. So I want to move my request for gasoline to even distribution. And then we can replace that over time with whatever type of fuel we actually use, if we get a better one. Right now, gasoline canister, 20. Other stuff that I think everyone will always want is like water fill, landfill. Put all the ores on one row. Right, what did I say? Waterfill, landfill. So if you have your own, like, logistics request set up, just know that this is going to apply to everyone. You can remove them from your own stuff. Another thing is like item canisters for blueprint shotgun. I'm going to add that to even distribution so it's global. Obviously everyone should be using these. I use 3 guns so that I don't run out. So I'm going to just set the request to 200, which will keep 1 gun filled for everyone. And then I'm going to lower my own personal to 400 so that I have enough for all 3 guns. Unless other people are using 3 guns. Still have a lot of stuff. Buffer plates. I like having all the plates and stuff in there, but I think it still makes more sense to do it as part of the even distribution group setting. No reason to carry around 2 stacks of each type of plate. Just a little bit is enough. Maybe 2 stacks of iron and copper is fine. Maybe just 1 stack of copper, actually. Put glass in here, too. Regarding ore, okay, thanks for putting it in chat, because I definitely forgot again. Pushing the ore to the void and then deleting the chunk won't change map generation, so when we delete the chunk and generator, the ore won't be there anymore. Really? I thought that the map was already generated and that we are just revealing the map. Is that not correct? I'm gonna put concrete and all the other types of main floor in even distribution also. Okay, that's looking a bit more organized. I request small iron plate because they're used for building train stations. Not sure why I still have Kerrigan. Don't really need that anymore. I'm gonna put like a very basic supply of the different types of inserter in here too, because some of this stuff we're obviously all going to request. There's no reason for us to all have a different group for it. If you want more, you add more, but I guess maybe one argument for not doing this way is that maybe sometimes people don't want to carry stuff around. So maybe I'm making a mistake doing it like this. We'll see. I can always undo it later, if that's true. Domo's computer couldn't keep up. Ming's computer couldn't keep up. Is this because I'm like hanging out near all of the like robot action? Is that affecting performance at all, or I hope not. Alright, I'm trying to build this new thing because I want raw gas. I have fluid handling on. Good. Thank you for pausing. I'm noticing people are trying to catch up again, but yeah, I said anyone can pause. You know what? If there are people who are joining consistently, like Jayway, I mean, I'll just make everyone an admin. Yeah, make everyone an admin. Here, 1 second, let me do that. Like, you guys are 200 hours into a save. You don't need to be vouched for at this point. So congratulations, you get a promotion, and you get a promotion. That does mean you'll have access to your entire blueprint library if you didn't already, but I trust you not to use it if you're importing stuff from a different Pyanodons run. damn train took me back. Let me reissue that command again before I pause. What's the point of guns with no enemies? I don't know. The default Pyanodon setting is to have enemies disabled because of the pacing of Pyanodons, but it also gives you 500 rounds of ammo because you don't have the technology to build ammo. I think that's simply because some people do opt to turn on biters and they don't realize that they'll die because they literally can't make weapons or turrets or bullets. You just don't have the iron production. But that's why I have 3 blueprint shotguns. Like there's no point in guns. Sorry, so it's mostly correct. If the map is generated, then the ore is moved, then chunks deleted. The ore we put back in them is gone. You are revealing it, but through procedural generation. I mean, I guess if we were to do that, then just like push all the resources that we don't need off the map. And then when we need more resources, go get them. We could just explore, find the resources, and then delete the chunks. And we're sort of just endlessly expanding and getting more resources that way, but what's wrong with that? If it's all about performance, then I don't really think that that part matters. It's not like we're playing on a rail world or a challenge run with death world settings or something. So like anytime we need more resources, we just go get it. It's fine. They're always available. It's just, do we want to make the game run poorer or not? And obviously the answer should be no. I don't think the default landfill request is high enough. 2 stacks of landfill. You go through a lot of it. This station is definitely built enough that we could connect it. So if that's the way resources are spawned, I don't feel bad at all about just tapping all of these bitumen seeps into raw gas. I don't want raw gas to be a shortfall anymore. You know? Why are you yelling at me, cat? Stop yelling at me, cat. Bitumen seep indicator. Targeter. Stop yelling at me, cat. Stop yelling at me, cat. Stop! Ah. Get in here. Now, of course, he doesn't want in because he's a cat. I absolutely hate how it puts the little Factorio gear thing in place of a space. Wish there was a setting to not do that. That is not how words work. Like, my brain can't parse the big long string of letters with them in there. You know me saying? Hmm. Like I'm gonna have to go back and get some more landfill. What if we just build stuff on top of resource patches that aren't mines? That's fine if you want to do it that way, but visually I think that looks pretty awful. It'd be better if there was like a button, like in, what's it called? That one game? That lets you show, hide, or... I really don't want to go back to base, just for more landfill. Okay, once it's done, the fluids will come out the other ones, right? So I should actually be allowed to just hook up across the center. Unless they don't allow pass-through. Which I'm guessing they don't. I wish when you press the R key on pipes that it would do the same thing that it does with belts. Like, it does turn the belt for you when you press R, but it fails to, like, make an end corner automatically. I think there might be a mod for that, actually. I think I heard Rygaard talking about it. Dang it, because I don't have intermetallics, I keep on not being able to actually build anything. These are 1-to-1? Why does the existing raw gas processing have a different ratio then? That's strange. I don't think I broke it. Nice seeing the paths starting to show up everywhere. Little cement walking paths along a lot of the bricks. It's really helpful for wandering around manually. So these will take quite a while to actually turn on, huh? These are kind of big. Hard to see. Okay, that is looking hooked up now. These bitumen seeps are gonna have to count for a long time, but look at them all. Perfectly in a line, just counting down. And I made a thing to help line up bitumen seeps if you want to move them around and put them in a convenient block, like I did. Kinda cheaty, but whatever. You gotta have fun. What do I need? I need to clear out some of these. Maybe get this set up for export. For now, if I just don't hook anything up, and I just dump a lot of rock coal in there, it can function as a rock coal deposit, I guess. You know what? I never really need loaders without filters, so I'm gonna just use this from now on. What am I doing? I should just use a crane. Alright, first we're gonna do... that with a big ass supply of raw gas. Need to request gasoline here. Hmm. Now I should be able to flip it. Hmm. Yeah, right here. That did put extra poles. But I don't care. $189. We're gonna start seeing a whole bunch of these seeps open up soon. Altogether, that makes 30 machines processing. Now I need 30 then of this. We're just taking condensates in. That makes 5. 10. I wonder if there's an easier way for me to design my blueprints for that kind of instantaneous reversal. This is supposed to be for storing extra raw gas, not the gasoline. There goes the first. Okay, I'm gonna want to pump. Hmm. Boom, boom. Okay, let's cross-connect these. So those are our 3 output products. Are they the same as any of these? We got refined natural gas BTX tailings. Nope, totally different. Let's cross-connect all of these outputs. Okay, we've got our raw gas that can only get pumped out if there's enough of it. Okay, I think I'm gonna want to set up a void for all these, though. I'm getting the impression that we don't build gas refineries in the mall. We do. There's a yellow inserter. Upgrade that, but then also, I'm pretty sure I have a blueprint that does better bots with the crane. Okay, let's real quick check to see what type of things they can be burned in. So, we're looking for a specific... Okay, now looking for recipe. I feel like there should be a symbol here for the void entity. I want something clean to tell me whether I need to use disposal gas vent or sinkhole. Where's all my iron? That's cool. They look awesome like that. Oh wow, they take damage when they blow up. That's funny. I did not know that. Guess that's a drawback to doing them all at once. Talkmore, do you have any iron on you so that I can... How do you have no iron? I need to make disposal gas vents. Dang it. I guess I should add disposal gas vents to fluid handling. Is there not a way to tell before it fails if something is a liquid or a... I mean, they're liquids either way, right? But a liquid or a gas? I swear I saw it somewhere at one point. That. There we go. Alright, so there's a recipe for void natural gas. Void raw gas. That one's a sinkhole. Sinkhole. This one we don't have any of yet because there's no gas refinery. Sinkhole for the first one. Gas vent for the second. Sinkhole. Sinkhole, gas hole, vents. Sinkhole. Could do a lazy setup where it's connected to two. So that no matter what, it just works. Yeah, What if, out of curiosity, like here? if we have an overflow valve on both, on this right here, that goes just directly into a disposal gas vent. And actually, disposal sinkholes. No, you kind of do need one for every single entity, don't you? But they fit. No, this works perfect. It's lazy, but... now I never have to worry about whether it's the right type of fluid in the future again or not. Talk more. What do you think about just adding this to the train designs? So that all fluids at all nine fluid outputs just automatically have a 98% overflow valve directly into a disposal gas vent and sinkhole. Like, forever. So that no part of any process ever gets shut down due to overflow. Lazy, but simple. And then every gas output you would want to most likely connect using underground pipes into the top left section. Could even do this to make it maybe easier to access. Should be configurable. I would say that it is configurable. You use this as the default, and then if for some reason you don't want this functionality, you remove it. But I'd say that 99% of the time, you should want this. Because again, it's simpler with fluids, I think, but apparently all intermediates of all recipes might become useful for different recipes in the future, and you either need to track down all future recipes by looking through recipe book, or studying in your spare time some, you know, biochemical processing degree stuff, or just make sure that every process continues to run forever, generating all of the intermediates, all of the byproducts. Either it overflows because it either doesn't overflow because trains are using the product, or it doesn't overflow because we're just venting it. Who cares? That's, you had something like, if my tank is low, drain the high one. That's what this does. These are 98% overflow valves. So if the whole system is shut down because this tank is full, the 98% overflow is going to trigger venting it. If the other ones are all only at 50%, this 98% overflow valve does nothing. It's the same as your setup, except there's no circuitry. And it works for both gas types and liquid types. Costs us an extra one of the two on every setup, but it's just very, very no-brainer. Yeah, so I helped with this, or I remember I had to fix a couple of them, because I think you had all sinkholes at first. But if you look closely, there really is no functional difference here. Except the... well, I don't think acid gas is wired to be part of this, right? Actually, it is part of the signal because they're all cross-connected up here. But it's a product that's not part of those. You had a circuit with your oil build to stop it if all of the tanks were full. Yeah, in the circumstance that every single fluid is totally full, this would keep on just burning them all. But I'd say the chances of an entire oil processing chain being completely full in every category for more than a hot minute is very, very low. You're gonna use one of them, that's why you built the oil processing in the first place. Well, I'm going to use this at least. I do think it should be incorporated into every 9 fluid provider, personally, but I don't think I saw Talkmore respond. Either he's not in chat or... unable to listen right now. And I'm just gonna make one for the 4 fluid provider too. A little bit more awkward with the it being this way. Just do that. I don't like how it's hiding the valve. Well, they're in there if anyone wants to use them. Hopefully I have enough crap to actually do a little bit more of this build. It's taking way longer than I thought it would. Wow. 9 bitumen seeps making natural gas, or raw gas rather, that's 1,350 raw gas per second. Now, it sounds like they're running. Probably because I'm overflow venting it now. These hold 100k each, but I think the smaller containers do a lot better. This thing is a 3x3 that only holds 10,000. This is a 3x3 that holds 15,000. This is a 2x2 that holds 30. 1, 2, 3, 4. You could fit 16 of these. 16 times 30,000. You could store 480,000, or you can store 100,000. The only issue is they have a slight inability to connect to each other. Hmm. 72. 2.16 million available storage. That's kind of a lot. First gas derrick will last 886 hours. Well, in this case, I think it probably does make sense to shut off the raw gas one. Because, like I said, like I would still rather have the fluid overflower thinger than not on all of them. I'm not going to worry about setting this one up because I already handled it correctly. But like this one, there's like no actual reason to vent raw gas. Because it's not a... There are no byproducts. It's just that's the thing that you make. So I'm going to turn that one off. And I do think that for the sake of... If someone did want to import raw gas, perhaps I should I've got totally different supply values. I'm pumping from the right to the left right now. No, now cap. So the first source, I want all of it to go through processing first. And then at the end, if it hasn't been used by processing, then it can overflow into export. Like, I don't think it's possible to use for anything other than you can void it, or you can turn it into natural gas and condensates with gasoline, or you can put it into two different types of container. There's never anything else that it can ever get used for. It does have fuel value, so you could use it as a burnable, but no reason to send it away from the area that actually processes it. We lack power. And I never hooked up the condensates. Everything has a color, looks pretty. We're processing. No trains are using my coal? If that doesn't solve the natural gas shortage, I don't know what will. I wonder if, because this is such a large processing area, I should put reserve storage, like, that it can store more than just one train output. That seems reasonable. These aren't very effective, based on their size. Really quick, for fun, I want to do a comparison of all of the different fluid containers. And then divide by their size. There is a mod setting that is caused by Pyanodons simplified, that the default is to be enabled, but when you migrate a save, it disables it for you because otherwise it can break your save, like break your builds. But if I were to do a new run, I would play with the thing that makes them actually have... But it's right now it's a strategic choice because there are some that are just straight up better. But it should be a not strategic choice. It should be an aesthetic choice, really. This is 10k for 9 tiles. That is still 9 tiles, but now it is 15k. $2,000 by 4 tiles. And it is 9 again. But 40,000, I believe it says. Yep. That looks like 5 by 5 for 50. That is also 5 by 5, but it does 65. This one's really weird. 3 tiles by 7, 3 by 7, 21 tiles. for 70k. And has the weirdest access sides that I've seen any pump. It's only got 2. Strange. This one has 80k. And it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 by 6. This one is 7 by 7. I think it does 49? No, 90k. And the big honker, I think it's a full 10 by 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 by 8. 64 tiles for 100k. The results are in. Well, there's a vanilla one too. Three by 3 for 25k. Results are in. Average storage per tile of about 1100, 1.6, 7.5k, 4.4k, 2k, 2.6k, 3.3k, 2.2k, and 1.8k, and 1.5k. 1.5 is almost as bad as the smallest tower. The largest tower is actually nearly the worst. It's the second worst tower. I wonder if there's a convenient way that I can display this. Nah, doesn't matter. Maybe I should make a macro though. Or not a macro, like a blueprint of something similar to my simple clock. What if I made a simplified clock that instead of just, you know, counting in seconds, could display a number of up to like 10 digits? Or even smaller, like 4 digits? And then whenever I need it in the future, I could just paste it and then pass the signal through it. How hard would that be? Let's find out. Okay, I need to remember how this works. Basically, I need to run a number of combinators that use modulus for each position. So we would pass signal C. Modulus by 10. Output S. But that gets us the first number. That gets us 11 out of the 1100. Let's say I want to display however many this is. And then at each step, I will remove some zeros. This first one gets the whole number. We have an S value of 1100, and we have an S value of... shoot, it's using it. Okay. Crap. So first we have a value I want to display. This tries to truncate it down to simple digits. 1100, 1100, 111, 11, and 1. Okay, so that's not quite right. That's reading it from right to left. Hmm. It's like I have the idea of what I want to do, but I can't figure out how to count the other way. Full blade. Percent 10 is the last digit. Now, when I did percent 10... Well, hold on. Maybe it's just like a funky coincidence and the number is exactly 1100. Damn it. Yeah, no, I did it in reverse order because I thought I had to do it in reverse order because I thought percent modulus, like modulus 10, was giving me the first number. It just so happens that the damn number I'm using as a test point is at exactly 1100. 1111. So yes, it should be this. I'm just a dummy and I did it in reverse order. Let's use one that doesn't have that kind of a number. Or actually here, just use like a test number. Okay, my test number is 17645. We've got 5, 5, 5. Oh. Right. Interesting. In this case, I'm not passing it through. I'm just... 5, 45. Oh yeah, research is a thing in this game. We'll just set the top one to divide by 1 because I don't want to lose the first digit. So we've got the full signal value. And we've got 4 digits, then we've got 3 digits, then we've got 2 digits, then we've got 1 digit. Does this work? 5. Then 4? Damn it, now it's showing the 6 and the 4. The order should be... that. Let's leave this at divided by 10. No, still showing 76. What am I doing wrong here? So first I'm... if I just send any number through and then modulus it by 10, I get the final digit. If I then send the whole number through, first divide it by 10, and then modulus by 10, I get 4, which is right. I guess what I should do is... let's have you just divide by 1 because I want the full value. Have you divide by 10, you divide by 100. U divided by 1,000. And U divided by 10,000. 5. Still 64. Right. In this case now, I'm not passing it through, I'm just sending the whole signal to all of them. 5. Damn it. Why can't I figure this out? Five, 4, 6, 7, 1. We did it. Now, while I'm at it, should I make it able to display more numbers or not? Now all we have to do is take the display panel . Nice. I don't know how useful this actually is. But I did it. So now in theory, anytime I need to display a number, I can do it. Where is my simple clock? I need a blueprint book for combinator crap now. Combinator displays. All right, so let's just paste it out of the box, see if it works. Boom. All that it expects is an S value. What I probably should do is remove this constant combinator and provide a converter that will receive any input of any kind. Each of any number plus 0 output the signal I expect. How useful will this be in the future? No clue. But from now on, I have a 5-digit alphanumeric, not alphanumeric, just numeric display. 1666. Nice, and it even handles zeros being at the front. Perfect. Are you proud of me? Now what? Now what do we do with this? Nothing? I don't know. I know what we can do. I've spent 21 minutes on this, apparently. That's actually a good idea. Maybe I should paste my clock more often, so that I know how much time I've been spending on things. And then I can, like, look up in shock and be like, wait, I've spent 3 hours on this? That's too much time. Alright, so what I'm going to do is move each of these. We're going to put them vertically. I know that the largest entity is 8 by 8. Two, 4, 6, 8. Basically, my goal right now is to put all of this into a blueprint book that I can pull up in the future if anyone ever asks the question which tank is best. And they could just paste this for a visual reference to the math or whatever. That's my plan. You're going to spend 30 minutes building a display combinator. You might as well spend a few minutes organizing your results. That is what's called a sunk cost fallacy. And I'm here for that kind of thing. Should I now put them in order? I at least want to put the small vanilla tank, like, kind of roughly where it belongs, because it shouldn't be at the very end. That's silly. Maybe it should be first. I think it makes sense. Yeah, let's just put it first. "28 minutes, 39 seconds. Nice.
I enjoy raiding.
Hey, Lambert, thank you for the raid. How's it going? Happy Wednesday. I'm doing Combinator things in Factorio for no reason. Figured out how to make simplified display work. Feed it any number from a signal, and then I can output it using display panels. It's silly, it serves almost no practical purpose, but I spent time on it, so I'm proud of it. I think. Problem is that they all fit except for the big ass one. I'm gonna have to move that one again later probably, so. Some of them aren't centered. I'm getting very anal. I've got to, like, make it perfect. Just one more improvement. No. That one can just stay there. That one needs to move over by one, though. For sure. But now that one looks wrong. Never-ending process of perpetual improvement. That's like the definition of Factorio, I think, actually, so that makes this a perfectly reasonable thing to spend your time on. I'm going to say, without believing, while continuing to do what I'm doing. It's annoying I have to move the floor and the not floor in two different parts. When you cut, you can't grab entities and the floor. Done. In before someone says it doesn't look perfect. That's why I'm doing all this test stick. So yeah, do all those tags have increasing storage size? So that was one of my next questions is, so I did the math out of curiosity because they are all different. So here's a vanilla tank. It has a storage capacity per tile as measured by its footprint, right? So this is a 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's a kind of a nice little addition to this. If you can't see it, derp. Pyanodons. That one is 5 by 5 if I remember correctly. That one is 3 by... I've already forgotten. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This one was... Now I don't like how the numbers are right on the edge of the blue on some of them and not on the others, so I want to like fix it all, but I'm not going to let myself. I'm done working on this. I was done working on it a while ago. But at least I've solved the question. No, I can't let it be like this. I can't. I can't. I have to fix it. If I don't fix it, it won't be perfect. Damn it. This one, I don't have to do anything except for move up by 1. Hate how that one's too tall. So this one was only 1 by 3, not 1 by 4. Next time, if I do a project like this, I will start off not doing the floor. I'll do the floor last. A lot less work that way. Anyway, okay, so now there's a visual display for how tall and wide it is. So I already did the math then. So this is a thing that I actually started spending time on, and that's why I ended up spending the last 40 minutes, 41 seconds on this. This has a storage per tile of 2,777 units. This one has a storage of 1,111. This has 1,666. This has 7,500. Clear winner. 4,444, 2,000, 2,600, 3,333, 2,222, 1,836, and 1,562. Now the next question is, should I do another version of it with them all in size order? And I think the answer is obviously yes. The fuck? Efficiency? What's the word for this? Volume per meter? Okay. Let's reorganize. First off, I'm going to move all of the floor. No, the floor belongs to the type. Dang it. Alright, well, which one's worse? I know which one's best. It's obviously the little guy. 7,500. Next up was like 4,400, I think. 4444. Surprising. That storage 40k is actually pretty damn good. Had I not done this ridiculous exercise, I wouldn't know that. One thing that would have made this easier is if I hadn't decided to put hazard concrete under the stuff. But I feel like it has, sometimes without the difference in flooring, it's harder to read. 2777. 3,300. Next best. Again, one of the tanks we're not using, like, anywhere. $2,200. 2,600. 2,700. The vanilla tank. Displaying 5 numbers was probably unnecessary. I've only displayed 4. Time to rehash the whole thing. $2,222? Not sure why that one felt different, but it's in the wrong spot, obviously. Next up was the 2,000 on the dot. $1,836, 15, 16. $1,562, 1,666. Did I make that? No. And then there were 2. 1,562 and the lowly weakest trap 1,111. How did it get taller? Don't know. No, really, how did it get taller? Because of the tiles that I added there? Still off by 1. Thank you. Pointless project that I should not have spent any time on at all has now taken 51 minutes. But I learned about combinators. Made a simple clock, or a simple display thing that I can use in the future. And we now have a, I'm going to make a actual blueprint for the library called something about the storage tanks. Fluid storage. I assume that is a meter, or is each space ever considered a meter? No, whatever. It's in the blueprint. It's in blueprint game blueprints folder now. Fluid storage comparison. You can just grab it if you ever want and go boop. And you've got ordered by tech, ordered by volume per meter. So clearly, we should be using the storage tank 30K or the storage tank 40K. They are huge in terms of efficiency. And ironically, I see a lot of this one and this one on our map. And this one. We were using this on the 4 fluid providers. It's pretty good. It's, what, 5th? 5th best? Now, there is another metric we could go. We could go even deeper. Instead of just comparing storage volume by volume, we could also compare storage by price of duralumin. I think duralumin is the only resource that matters. That might be why the storage 30K is so much better. Actually, no. Somehow the storage tank 30K holds twice as much while also costing less duralumin. Don't understand how that works. Weird. Anyway, 50 minutes ago I started doing something. I wonder how that's going. Our production has stopped because naphtha. Naphtha is not voiding because naphtha needs to void in a disposal sinkhole. The actual second row should not connect on this side. But it needs to connect to the output side down here. Yeah, we only let the... Yeah, so because naphtha is not being used, we're not making more of the stuff, other stuff that might matter, so we definitely want a disposal sinkhole. But it needs to be off of the overflow valve. Okay, is this good? Right now we are producing using our raw gas, which we have an outrageous amount of storage for. The raw gas does get exported, but only at the end of the chain with a 98% overflow. Once it gets into storage for trains, this is okay. That's how I that's how I went down my 50-minute rabbit hole. I was trying to decide if it made sense to put some extra storage so that we can quickly load trains back to back to back instead of only storing enough for one train. And that got me thinking, which storage tank would I use? And the answer is obviously storage tank 30K. Unfortunately, I have put my pipes a little bit too close to allow me to just interject a few. But what we could do is maybe... I have an idea. Very easy to make a mistake here. I'm changing the order. It was the second pipe coming out. It was this one that now needs to go to the top. Alright, so note to self, almost always I should keep 2 tiles between every pipe. I'm going to use the 30... That's 30 pipes. Sorry, size 2x2 pipes. Which, now that I've done all that math, I'm definitely going to do. Hmm. But that gets in my way. Nah, whatever. It'll be better in the future. I can put more storage in line and it'll be fine. I'm like slightly certain that I didn't mess up. Because I didn't change the order at all. I just made a little bit more space for 2 of the pipes. Alright, the last thing I think is that we do want to pump. Help quickly reload the train. The train tanks, if multiple trains want to come in a row. It does definitely bother me that fluid order is, like, weird now. Oh, shit, I definitely did mess up. Son of a bitch. That's not good. This train wants raw gas. And... that means that at some point I had connected this. That's the only pump that's allowed to work. It does now have raw gas. I think I can void this fluid, but at some point I must have allowed it to connect. Sorry, Dogmore. You didn't have to come fix it. Voiding is smarter than this, thanks. I do think that voiding fluids that are essentially an infinite resource is reasonable, so long as we are... Is one still hooked up wrong? No, that... Oh, that pump is working too? Why? Both this pump and this pump are enabled. I didn't do anything to the train station connections. Yeah. I must have done a mistake, and I did flip the order on one of them or something. What does the train actually want? It wants raw gas. That's in the third row. And that's where I moved the third row gas to the top row because there wasn't space. No, I moved a different one to the top row. Yeah, I definitely fucked it up. Huh. I guess you're right. If there's a pump here, it forces these to be full, which means we're always voiding. Maybe I need to rethink that. Alright, do I need to redo the order here? I think, I think it's going to keep being broken. Crap, it is almost 6. Man, time flies. This one was in the first position because it's the very first one that I set up. This is the basic product. I'm just gonna leave a note to pay attention to this tomorrow. And then, like, why is there no any of this? Because of the overflow valve, making sure we keep this available. There's just not enough actual condensates. Which is weird, though, because there's a perfectly ratioed number of machines, right? 30 and 30? It's exactly even, so shouldn't every single machine have condensates? And yet they're not all running? Does that mean that there's a machine up here that's not running? Yes, this one can't output its condensates. Because condensates output is not connected across. which means that the the other ones, are they all cross-connected, or did I just totally forget that step? I just did the condensates, which is the middle. The naphtha is connected because of this. And the third one was natural gas, which is connected because of this. Ah, so the reason that the condensates line got broken is because I don't know why I did that. I should have just put the overflow valve for condensates here. And then I could have left the original condensates thing. Instead of needing to do it on that side. Okay, if you look at the previous comment, that does look very organized to me. Although it would be better if these were a little looser. Now that looks perfect. Perfecter. These two green ones are very similar in color, though. And symbol. In fact, are they just inverted color scheme? Yellow in the middle? They're big. They are so similar. That's not the same thing, is it? Natural gas. Ah, it's the different types of refined gas, yeah. Guess that makes sense. Okay, sorry, let me finish reading the actual thought before moving on to the next thing. Yeah. Actually, okay, so that's what I should do. I should take the... The thing I added to this 9 fluid overflow. These are spaced like this because that's how the station's designed. Not gonna lie, it kind of bothers me. Not perfect, but so do that. That's where the train currently. Takes up a lot more space this way, but 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stores an extra 150,000 fluid, which, in addition to the storage tank for the train, sorry, not 150,000. These are, yeah, no, 150,000. Train station itself holds 60,000. Should I either go down by one so that it's holding 3 full trains worth, or I should go up? Based on the fact that we're using train brakes less like fully, it kind of makes sense to me to have four max trains worth. Okay, 9 fluid overflow in the alternate book and in the main row book, both updated. I think that order works. We just put the overflow on the storage side, and the pumps forcing it toward the train. Does that look good? Power poles? Ironically, nothing on the left needs power poles. The sinkhole and the disposal vent are both free, and the overflow valve works for free. Oh, the power poles, though, for the pumps should be included, yes. If I... Oh, I have an idea. Here's how we're going to do it. We're going to make these snap automatically, too. We're going to take a copy of the 9 fluid provider blueprint. Okay, let's paste that. That has the snapping built into it, and the whole station. And we'll take this part, including the poles, put it exactly where it's supposed to go. That smoothed the snapping, but I can fix it quite easily. Okay, we gotta compare the size. This was a height and width of 240. This is a height 240, 240. That should be snapping. It's the same height and width. I force them to line up. Yeah, that worked. Okay, I just had to do what I did first. Alright, so now that blueprint is properly snapping, but it's got the parameters and stuff in it, and we don't want to have to do that every time. Basically, I just want... Maybe I should just do it this way. Just set it to 240, 240, and then line it up properly. Let's see if everything works. If I were to paste a new rail grid like that, then I come in and decide, oh, I want to provide fluid. But I just want to do a basic station because I'm not sure if we actually want overflow setups on every single base. Then I paste that. But then I decide, oh yeah, I actually want the third step too. I want to do automatic flight 9 fluid overflowing. And it should just snap right on top. Boom. Power and everything. Now I just have to do that again for the alternate row stuff. Same thing as before, we'll do alternate row, rail, book. The 9 fluid provider. And fix the snap. The grid location. I feel like there should be an easier, I mean you can, okay hold on, you can edit the number. In this case, I just copy these over instead of using the just one at a time. And then I can use this to get it lined up properly. For funsies, let's try it in reverse order. Perfect. I'm not going to worry about I never use the 4 fluid stations anymore. There's way too many intermediates. We use 9 fluids a lot. Altogether, I've spent an hour and 30 minutes playing in this test world. I'm gonna leave that one for now. In case anyone ever wants to look at it. Right, before I have... It's already 6:08 and I missed my TV episode last night with my grandma. I need to wrap up soon for sure. But I want to check one more thing before I finish, which is the... the Renia plantation. Should be yeah, 800 of these things ready for distribution. While we are here, do the inconsistent concrete paths not bother you? Inconsistent. Are you telling me I made a mistake? That's impossible. Let me check. So I know from when I set this up that if I paste like 4 of these, we should have a perfect grid of paths. The only place that comes to mind for me where there could be an error would be maybe if the 2 books for alternate and regular are not the same. The horizontals below the rails. They're one tile adjacent, they're like right next to the signals on the bottom of the brick. One tile below the signals on the top of the brick. There's a gap on the left of 1. I guess that's technically inconsistent. Actually, there's a gap there, but not there. What the hell? I made a boo-boo. Impossible. It's because of this right here. Hey, it looks like we are probably ready to set the next. In fact, it's built out enough that I think I can undo the prioritization of the splitter. Try to put 50 in the box for distribution to the next set of rows of machines. Problem is that I have a seed maker at the top, but I didn't add that to each row. This whole top one is built out, so I can rate calculator and see how well that does for seeds. One is enough for now. So let's just grab this. One for each of the 3 blocks. Unfortunately, there's no room for a seed maker on this side. Kind of awkward. Maybe what I should have done is made the seeds in a... I should definitely make the seeds in a different block. Because eventually we're going to get a better recipe that wants to do whatever, you know? We'll just make the seeds for this one here. Alright, let's fix that blueprint, and then I'm going to have to wrap up. Okay, double check. We're right up to the signal on both sides. No gaps. Well, what do you like better? Like right next to the signal or one gap off? Maybe I'm fixing it in the wrong direction. I'd say more of them are one gap off. Like, all the vertical stuff is one gap off. The only ones that are right up next to it are the horizontals. So I think I like it better when it's one gap off. Now I gotta fix this one. Can't believe I got it wrong and no one told me I did it wrong. It's crazy. There was almost definitely one person in chat who's like, it's still wrong. And I just didn't notice. I'm gonna get there eventually. Now I think it's right. Okay, this was this. think so. And then rather than having to update it all again, I'm gonna main row, rail grid, create a copy, alternate row. We'll just copy the reference points. Did I miss one of the two numbers? It's negative 60. Still off. God damn it. Son of a bitch. Now I know why it took Tuckmore like so many hours to make his train blueprint thing. It took him like 3 or 4 days. Feel comfortable to like let us have it. Alright, here's a new one. One tile, one tile. Totally perfect in every way, and no one can tell me otherwise. Unless they're right. Okay, one more time. Grab this one. Take a copy. This is the existing rail. And here's the new one that's actually slightly different, in a slightly different position. I noticed that the numbers looked off by 2. Let me go back to a previous book if it's still available. These numbers do snap perfectly, so probably because I added I think it's think I just have to do this. That looks good. That looks good. Okay, one last test. Alternate row. Snaps right in the same spot. Looks a little funky because there's extra path. What if we just start with the alternate row correct one now, the updated one? Alternate row brick input output snaps. Non-fluid provider. Non-fluid overflow. Non-fluid requester. Everything looks perfect. Done. I'm gonna keep a copy of this. I'm not sure if we're officially updating to 2.1, but it's perfect in every single way except what? What's wrong with it now? It is a little weird how the path now goes right under the tracks, but like there's nowhere else to go. You're either in a block running into buildings that are too big that you can't actually squeak through because of Pyanodons, or you're running like right next to the path, right next to the tracks. So it's fine, whatever. Now think of all the bricks that are built with the slightly wrong path. I'd love to quickly see whether it's a main row or alternate row. How do you mean? Not enough lights? We don't really need lights. We have a mod that just makes it always day. I've been in the Factorio MP channel for 6 hours and no one joined me. I'm sad. How is my new bitumen seep stuff thing doing? $54 million natural gas. These two never got hooked up to anything, so I think they're fine. I don't see any stopped trains, so I think it's okay. You see a brick, need to add new station. Yeah, it, One way to do it would be to make it just one book and put all the recipes, all the stuff together in the same book, just one after the other, so you're either snapping to the main grid or the alt grid. Personally, at this point, I mean, I love the bricks as an aesthetic, but from a use case, I understand now that the reason why we ended up using bricks like this was to help control train, like, traffic through intersections. Like, if you think about it, every intersection is a Y. It's a T. Versus if we had a lined up grid, like, if it was like... That's not what I'm trying to do. This. If it was like this... more of like a square grid, then every intersection would be a four-way intersection. So my understanding is that we went with bricks to make mostly T-junctions to help train throughput and maybe performance. But at this point, I would honestly just rather use elevated rails that bypass the intersections so there is no signaling needed. Like, specifically, I would love to do a station, a train build at some point myself, where I use Rygarde's Rise intersection. You guys may have seen this. So he has a snappable thing that he used, and I remember he had complained because it was like slightly, how did he phrase it? He felt like it was slightly off-center. So I fixed it. I moved a little piece of every side so that it's actually shaped more like a flower. Anyway, I was just trying to display that, like, from a glance, it doesn't look like it's tilted to the side anymore. But this intersection, if you look close, I don't know why it doesn't all build in the test world. It's kind of strange. Yeah, I don't know why it's like it's waiting for bots to deliver parts or something. But it does get built eventually. Anyway, if you look closely at the way the intersection works, the only problem with it is that it's left-hand traffic. So we would have to do some work to try to incorporate something like this, or just use a different train. You would just do it in a brand new save. You wouldn't change the current train grid. But try to follow the paths. So, in fact, is there a setting I can turn on to show train paths that would just make it easier to visualize them? I don't think so. Anyway, whatever, we'll just look at it. So, train's coming from below here, assuming that you have like a pattern that's just repeated four-way intersections like Rygarde had. A train coming from the south, going north on the left, wanting to go straight through the intersection, would go through here. That's underground, or below that. Go up, merge with the traffic coming from a different side, and then just be going straight. Notice how there's no chain signals. It can't be stopped. It just goes straight. If it wants to go left, it goes left right here. And then it's now just instantly going left. One whole signal. Whoops. You could probably justify adding an extra actual signal right here. In fact, I may have accidentally removed it. I'm just noticing that, like, on his inner loops, he's got multiple extra signals so that trains can queue. There should definitely be one. whatever, I don't need to fix that right now. The point is that trains going left go left, trains going straight basically go straight, and trains that want to go right go through the middle, up, and then instead of going straight, they turn right there, and then they come back down the main path as if they were going straight. So, and it's the exact same for every direction. There's no crossing signals, no chain signals, no need for anything. They just... So with that, you could very easily have a grid system that, I mean, the stations could be as close as you want them. It would make no difference. The trains could just get everywhere. So like, out of curiosity, if we just had this... Not that we're going to redo the whole train system, guys. That would be ridiculous. But if we just had a series of these, yes, it would cost... 48 rail supports and 32 rail ramps. But how would that compare to the grid size in the New World? It'd be almost perfectly half a brick. Granted, there's no way for them to get in or out right now. I would have to figure that part out. But with elevated rails, you could just do all kinds of stuff. I like trains. I know, that's what I was just thinking. I was just thinking, I wonder how I would drop trains in. I probably wouldn't have them this close. I don't think Rygard had them that close either. He didn't have an absolute align on his snapping. He just had, you know, some sort of snapping, but not as rigid as the way that Talkmore does it. Which, for the record, I like Talkmore's way better, but Talkmore's way you can't mess up, which is great. You weren't fixing that, were you, still? Or I just deleted it, but it's a far improvement from the old system that I used to use. I used to have this. This is my whole train grid. I would paint individual sections. Here's my straight rail. I paste it everywhere. It'll be like that. And if I wanted to have straight rail, like rail going to the right, it would go this. If I wanted to make U-turns, they would snap on too. So it's chunk-based. My brain is so tuned to just going to his book now. This way works pretty well, though. There's a snapped U-turn. Anytime there was a four-way intersection, I would use this. Anytime I had a T-joint. Oh, I think I got rid of T-joints and just assumed that I would always end up with a four-way. This is an alternative that I was trying to use that is apparently just slightly too different. Very simple. this had way more signaling than this did, because this just incorporates like basically a U-turn, roundabout in every intersection. I think this one would be very easy to upgrade to use elevated rail. But it's a bit too small compared to, not that much smaller. This is how you subdivide big intersections into 4 subsquares. Did you just make that just there, just now? Wow. Is it just me, or does this look kind of weird? Yeah, that's a little bit off in the center there. But I get the idea. And then you could have stations that pull off of those. Oh, this is a different blueprint book. Wow, that is a lot of signals. Wow. That's 148 chain signals. I don't think you need that much if you use elevated rail. Yeah, Ryguard had 1-to-1 trains, I think. He had over 230 trains total, and they were all using the vanilla Factorio signaling approach to train traffic. As far as I know, his system worked fine. I haven't gotten to that point in his VODs, but... that's about the same size. Kind of impossible. Actually, right there. Same size footprint. Yeah, I don't know. I would be fine. I don't think you need that much. I like the elevated stuff. I want to do more with that. Right, I need to go watch a show. Okay, anyway, it's gonna be back. Hope you guys are having fun. Sorry I spent an hour playing with combinators again. But look, I made a thing. It's a thing. It does the, it's the what, I already forgot where I put it. Or I forgot what the symbol is. Or is it my blueprints? Oh right, I made it into a combinator displays book. Now I'll never be able to find it again. Here, I'll put a copy of this in the game blueprints folder too, so that people can get it if they want it. Alright, I'll see you guys soon. Have a great night.